The centennial season of the Philadelphia Phillies was one full of excitement. The veteran-filled lineup known as the Wheeze Kids delivered a 90-win season and took the marathon run all the way to the National League pennant. Retro Night 2017 takes us back 34 years as we fondly revisit the year 1983 in a very special Phillies season. You know that old saying, you can't beat fun at the old ballpark. Well, we're going to have some fun tonight because we're looking back to the 1983 season, not only with the outfits that you're going to see around the ballpark, but we're going to revisit some of the great players from that 1983 season as the Phils take on the San Diego Padres. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, along with Ben Davis. It's exciting to think about the history of baseball in any form, but it's even more exciting here in Philadelphia to think about 1980, 1983, 1993, and of course 2008, 2009. But this was the 100th birthday of the Phillies back in 1983.
Yes, it was. And the players that they had on this team, future Hall of Famers at the time, Tony Perez, Joe Morgan, the Sarge, and of course Michael Jack Schmidt, lefty. It was just a ball club that everyone gathered around and loved to watch play the game of baseball.
Obviously Schmidt was the focal point, but John Denny had a masterful year in 1983, winning the Cy Young Award. They couldn't have done it without him. And how about Pope coming down from the front office and managing this team, managing them to this. This was the division crown against the Chicago Cubs. The celebration started here and then carried over to the postseason where they faced the Dodgers. One of my favorite scenes right here.
Well, you want some theatrics? Leave it up to Sarge for a little theatrics. He is the man.
Sarge will go on to win the National League MVP for the championship series. All right, Maverick, what do you need?
I feel the need for speed.
We feel the need to start this ball game. It's the Phils and the Padres coming up from Citizens Bank Park as we head back to 1983. It'll be Pivetta against Clayton Richard. Lineups at first pitch when we return. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. By Toyota. Find your favorite model today. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank, official bank of the Phillies. Visit citizensbank.com. And by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Learn more at ibx.com. The way you experience TV. Well, Will Myers has moved back into the leadoff spot. We say back because he did it last year and he did it in 2015. They're just trying to jumpstart their offense. He has 9 multi-hit games. And this lineup will face right-hander Nick Pivetta. Pivetta 2-4 with an ERA over 4. And Myers looks like he's ready. I don't know what he's doing, but he's ready to go, and so are we. And the first pitch of the night as a fastball swung on and fouled off to the right side. Pivetta 2-4 with a 4.85 ERA, 53 strikeouts in 52 innings.
Scouting report, big arm, good fastball. Uses that fastball upwards of 67% of the time.
0-2.
Just needs to get pitches per inning down, sitting about 18.5 pitches per inning.
Yeah, walks are the issue, and not getting, not keeping that pitch count down on a consistent basis. Myers was 1 for 12 in the last series against the Indians, and he loops that one into foul territory down the right field line. And it remains no balls and 2 strikes. Mike Muklinski, the home plate umpire, just asked the ball boy for 3 new baseballs. The dirt, 1-2. Padres are wearing the uniforms that they wore from the 1980 to the 1985 season. I should say to the 84 season. They changed their uniforms in 1985. Had a breaking ball outside, 2-2. And that was after getting to the World Series with these uniforms. Nobody changes their uniforms after getting to the World Series. Down the right field line again. Slicing away from Altair and out of play. Time now for our Nissan keys to the game.
I'll start off with the offense. Homers are cool, Tom. I'd like to see the Phillies hit a few balls out of the ballpark tonight. I think it's something that's been lacking from this offense, and Nick Pivetta must throw off speed for strikes. We saw him miss already with 2 off-speed pitches.
Another one fouled away. Yeah, the Phillies have hit 81 home runs. The Padres, and they've been a struggling team, 36 and 49. They've hit 99 home runs. Three balls and 2 strikes. Well, Myers is fouling off the fastball and he's spitting on the breaking ball. Out to shallow right field. Andres Blanco says he has it. Altair calls him off. And one away.
Well, Myers had no idea where that ball was.
I think the sun is going to be a problem for the hitters for the next little bit.
Thought that ball went out of play. Beautiful night.
I mentioned right now it's a nice night. There's some rain in the area.
Watch Myers. He hits it. No idea. Oh, I better run.
All right, so after a 9-pitch at bat, here's Manuel Margot. And he swings at the first pitch and fouls it off Cameron Rupp. Cam was just looking for the baseball from the home plate umpire, but the home plate umpire was giving him a little courtesy.
He's even got the maroon helmet.
I think Cam's ready to go. Cobwebs are cleared out. Good pitch on the inside corner, 0-2.
Make a living right there.
Yeah, with his stuff, he could definitely make a living in that spot. Breaking ball away. Pivetta in his last outing against the Mets went 7 innings, allowed 1 hit and 1 run. Picked up the victory, a 7-1 win. And he picks up a strikeout, 2 outs here in the first.
He's feeling froggy tonight. 97. It's the old Bayou ball. All heaters to Margot. Has some giddy up on it, Tom.
Well, 2 away here in the top of the first, and Jose Pirela.
Guess he didn't like that ball he just struck Margot out with. Had to get rid of it.
Had a little bit of a groove on it, I guess. Pirela was 5 for 13 in the series against the Indians. This is the spot where Will Myers was hitting for the Padres. Outside, 2-0. Popped up first base side. Tommy Joseph over toward the rail, and it's going to be back on top of the dugout. Greg Luzinski jumping high in the air for that one.
Bull showing some hops.
Bull wasn't here at 83. He was already off to the White Sox at that point. Two balls, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. That was a good location too for that 4-seam fastball.
Mm-hmm.
Fouls it off to the right side. 96 on that one. Part of the issue for Pivetta, we mentioned, have been the walks. He has walked 4 batters, at least 4 batters, in 5 of his 10 starts in the big leagues. That ball's hit well deep to left field, and Perkins will just watch it go. It is gone off the facing of the second deck. It's the 3rd home run of the year for Pirela. And it's 1-0. Padres on top.
Good night. There's a no doubter. Only question I had was how far it was going to go. Almost got in the second tank to left center.
Breaking ball?
Yeah, it was a slider. And they sit right there. Good level swing. And they sit right there. They go a long way.
A strike on the outside corner.
First curveball by Nick Pivetta tonight.
Swing and a miss by Renfroe. That ball by Pirela went 450 feet. That's one of the longest home runs this year here at Citizens Bank Park. And now the 1-2 pitch to Renfroe. Goes after a high fastball. Second strikeout for Pivetta. The side is retired, but the Padres score a run, take a 1-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the first. On top 1-0. Let's take a look at the Phillies lineup, brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. All right, Cameron Perkins getting another nod as the leadoff hitter for the Phillies. And Andres Blanco getting a chance to start once again at second base. Batting 7th. First pitch from Clayton Richard is in there. It's 0-1. Perkins hitting 167 with no homers and 2 RBIs here in the big leagues. And he hits that one out toward right center field. Renfroe says he has it. He's wandering around, makes the catch, 1 out. All right, so here's Clayton Richards' numbers. 5-8 with a 4.85 ERA. He's had some trouble recently. Last 6 games, his ERA is over 5.5. And the Padres as a team have an ERA of over 7 in the first inning.
Overall numbers, win-loss record not so good against the Phillies. 0-4, 3.86 ERA, but they'll throw that fastball a lot. And it's not an above-average fastball, but he likes to throw. It'll sit right about 90 miles an hour with that.
Andy Green and Glenn Hoffman, you see them standing together in the dugout. It's their birthdays today, so they're celebrating together. Freddie Galvis takes inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Andy with the hat. That's him right there, looking all of 18. Outside corner. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Glenn Hoffman has looked the same forever. When I was with San Diego, he was the third base coach for the Dodgers, and he has looked the same forever. Him and his brother Trevor.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Longtime third base coach with the Dodgers, and I mean, he's been around. He and Dave McKay, every time you look down for a Padres or a Diamondbacks game, you think about how long they have been coaches in the big leagues. Ground ball to shortstop. Ibar's up with it. Freddie hustling all the way is retired. 6-3 on the putout. 2 away. And that'll bring Aaron Altair to the plate. Altair was 3 for 8 in the series against the Pirates. It's a series that obviously didn't go well for the Phillies. They lost 3 of 4. And last night was kind of a microcosm of that series. And well, some of the issues the Phillies have had this year, base running wise,
bullpen wise.
Yeah, the Phillies used it as sort of a teaching moment today. Mickey Morandini used the overhead shot of both Altair and Odubel Herrera's hits, where they were thrown out at second base and back-to-back plays, and reminded them that if they see the outfielder pick up the baseball and they're 2 or 3 steps around first base, they can stop. No balls and 2 strikes to Altair. Off the hands, softly to the right side. Myers tracks it down, and I don't know if they would have thrown out Altair if he didn't make that play. That's a 9-pitch inning, 8 strikes. So much for the 7.3 ERA for the Padres in the first. Home in your car, so why not give them the protection they deserve? A State Farm agent is here to help with the right home and auto coverage and discounts too. Talk to a Philadelphia area State Farm agent or call 800-STATE-FARM. Here's Corey Spangenberg, and he swings at the first pitch. Hits it out towards shallow center field. Freddie Galvis is under it. 1 away. Let's see if we can find 13-year-old Greg Murphy.
I was 12 years old in 1983.
You don't look a day over.
Well, thank you very much. I haven't changed much, at least the way I act. Yeah, 1983. You know, if you were growing up in and around Philadelphia, you remember the Wheeze kids in 1983. What a terrific team they were, and you know some of the great names in the Phillies history on that team as well. You think about guys obviously like Pete Rose and Mike Schmidt, but Sarge was on that team, and some others really good ones. And I started reading about thinking back and reading about some of the things that happened that season. It was a terrific season. Obviously, they won 90 games that season. You'll remember Pat Corrales was the manager to start, but then fired even though the team was in first place and above 500, and replaced by Paul Owens, of course. Mike Schmidt had the most hits on the team. John Denny with 19 wins as well. They went on to beat the Dodgers in the NLCS that year, and then losing to the Baltimore Orioles in the World Series. But what a year it was, 1983. Certainly a very good year for this franchise, guys.
That was an excellent year. They won Game 1 of that World Series, too, and wound up losing to the Orioles. That was a tough one to kind of swallow. We showed the highlights, though. It's really one of my favorite moments when Sarge hits that home run, just spikes the bat. Eric Ibar, he swings at the third pitch of this at-bat. Maikel Franco is there to make the catch. 2 outs in foul territory.
For those that remember the vet, I mean, how far that ball went off that facade.
Well, here it is.
Just how far this ball went. I mean, it's just incredible.
In all seriousness, if you know him like we do, that reaction just doesn't surprise you.
Yeah.
Why not him, right?
Why not him? That's right. Watch this as he goes into the dugout too. We didn't get a chance to see it, but he high-fives every single guy in the dugout. There he is. Look. And and I feel like every time he's doing it, he's saying, "That's right."
And a handshake for you as well.
Carlos Osweiye has the count, no balls and 2 strikes. He's hit it 7 of his last 12. That's a .333 clip. His overall batting average at .317. Check his swing on a slider.
Now that had some bite to it.
That was a good pitch. Outside 2-2. Austin Hedges is on deck. Pivetta says no to the first sign. I don't know how that didn't hit his feet. It's 3-2. He's had 2 at-bats now where he's gotten ahead, 2 strikes. And then he falls behind, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And a strike 3 call. The fastball in the inside corner. 3 strikeouts for Pivetta as he sets the Padres down in order here in the second. On to the bottom of the second, 1-0 San Diego. MLB.com at-bat mobile app. Stay connected to the game's best players all season with game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcast, stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat today. It's your #1 app for live baseball. Popped him up outside the first base bag. Myers gallops over, makes the catch. 4 up, 4 down for Clayton Richard, and only 1 ground ball out. Richard, despite his struggles this year, is a ground ball pitcher. In fact, his ground ball percentage is 3rd in Major League Baseball. Lance McCullers of the Astros is at a staggeringly high 63.4. Although he gave up 5 earned runs last night, it was even higher before last night's game. Richard delivers inside to Tommy Joseph. Tommy Joseph doing a little fast times at Ridgemont High.
I know that dude.
He's Spicoli. I wonder if Brad Hand comes in, if he's going to be Mr. Hands. And if somebody brings a pizza, it'll be a party. Tapper foul. It's 1-2.
Richard sure does have some funk. He just hides it on that back hip. He just can't pick it up.
The dirt 2-2. Well, he came into today's ball game second to Rick Porcello in hits allowed with 126. Porcello of the Red Sox has allowed 141 hits in 111 in the 3rd inning so far. Off the hands, fouled off to the right as it pinballs around the sweet level. There's that delivery from Clayton Richard.
Once he breaks, he hides it behind his back and then just pole vaults on his front leg.
Inside again, 3 balls and 2 strikes. It is amazing to think that Porcello's given up 141 hits and 111 in the 3rd innings. Considering he won the Cy Young Award last year. The record for hits allowed in the season, neither one of these pitchers will hit that. It's 415. That was back in 1900. Since 1960, the record for hits in a season is 381 by Wilbur Wood of the White Sox. In fact, he was among the league leaders in hits allowed for most of his career. Now, part of the reason why neither one of these pitchers will reach that is because they'll never reach the innings pitched that some of those guys did back in the 1900s or even in 1960 or 1973 when Wilbur Wood did it. That ball is hit down the left field line into the corner. Tommy Joseph on his way to second base, and he'll get there standing with a 1-out double.
He was able to foul some pitches off to see one that he finally liked. And smoked it down the 3rd base line. Richard was in away. And he finally got one to his liking, like I said, and it's just past Spangenberg.
So that double is the 15th of the year for Tommy. And now Odubel Herrera will be the batter. Odubel hitting .258 with 5 home runs and 28 runs batted in. And a strike to Herrera. Odubel's hit in 4 consecutive games. bounces it foul off the fingertips of Mickey Morandini, who obviously had the sun in his eyes.
And stopwatch in his hand.
Yeah, there was a lot going on for Mick. Outside, and it's 1-2. That pitch that Odubel just let go by, it's a good idea to let it go by, but he has been swinging at that kind of pitch, but it's been up a little bit more.
It's weird because he's been swinging at that pitch away a lot, but not using the left side of the field. He's still trying to pull that pitch.
On the outside corner, framed well by Hedges, and the first strikeout for Richard. And 2 outs here in the second. Take a look at pitch cast presented by Mazda. Yeah, right on the line. And Andres Blanco is coming up. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Whitey 0 for his last 7, trying to get Tommy Joseph home from second base after a 1-out double. Over to third, Spangenberg has it. And throws out Andres Blanco. So the Phils leave one in scoring position. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. Who are you going to call? Well, we're going to call for a break. We'll be back after this. Phillies.com. Go to the fans section for all the information. Please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, the question, Ben, is who was the only pitcher besides Trevor Hoffman to lead the Padres in saves between 94 and 2008? 94 and 2008. The answer will be revealed a little later on. Well, right now, beautiful night here in Philadelphia. We hope that continues. honor the memory of the 1983 Philadelphia Phillies. Bob Dernier threw out the ceremonial first pitch tonight. Here's Austin Hedges. He takes a strike. Hedges hitting .214 with 11 home runs and 36 runs batted in. He missed the last several games because of a stiff neck. A fly ball to left field. It's deep. Perkins going back to the wall. It is gone. Just onto the flower bed. And that is the 12th home run of the year for Hedges. And it's now 2-0 Padres. Well, he may have a low batting average, but he does have a dozen home runs, which is now the most for catchers in the National League.
He definitely has some thump. Dozen homers in a big ballpark, but another hanging breaking ball. I know that was one of the keys to the game. Nick Pivetta must throw his breaking ball for strikes, but not there.
There's Clayton Richard, who fouls it back. Hedges' is .214 batting average is third lowest among qualified catchers in Major League Baseball. Derek Norris, before he exited, his was .201. Cameron Rupp's is .205, and Hedges is .214. But as far as National League catchers, his 12 home runs, that's tops. And it's fourth among catchers overall. Now the 0-2 pitch. Tampa foul. Fly ball, shallow center. Herrera comes running in. And now back to the order for top of the order for Will Myers. He is aggressive. I know that's why Andy Green said they wanted to put him back in the leadoff spot. But he is swinging quickly.
He can generate some bat speed. And he's a guy that really doesn't use his lower half a whole lot.
Over toward third, off the glove of the diving Franco, and into foul territory. Myers runs well, so this is going to be an easy double. His 16th of the year.
He's a guy that's just been plagued with injury after injury throughout his career. He came out with Tampa Bay, and when he's healthy, he's a good right-handed hitter, but you can see there not a ton of usage of his legs right there, just off the glove of Mike Hill.
So it's all bat speed that he's
all
using?
bat speed. He can generate it with that top half.
Now, if he used his legs more, would that change it? Would he be even better?
You know, some guys, that's just the way they hit. They feel they can generate more with their hands than with their lower half.
Fastball upstairs to Margot. Well, 3 hits for the Padres. All 3 are extra base hits. Popped up. And now 2 outs. And Jose Pirela. He homered his first time up, his 4th homer of the year.
What'd that go again? 450?
450.
These fellas are swinging it.
That 450-foot home run is the second longest home run for the Padres this year. Mark McGuire's their bench coach. He knows a thing or two or three or more than 600 about long home runs.
Talk about bat speed. I had a front row seat to his 500th and 501st home run.
I don't know why you pitched to him, Ben. He finished with 583 career home runs. Would be in the Hall of Fame if not for all the steroid talk surrounding him. Oh, 2 pitch. Fly ball center field. And Odubel Herrera is under it in the shadows, puts it away. But the Padres add another one and a home run by Austin Hedges. We'll move to the bottom of the third. It's 2-0 San Diego. Valley Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Del Val Honda dealer. Visit DelValHondaDealers.com. And by McDonald's, introducing the new signature crafted recipes at McDonald's. I'm loving it. Well, there are many of us that were fans of the Phillies back in 1983, but very few of us that are here working on the Phillies telecast that worked back then. But Bernie did. He looks exactly the same. He hasn't aged since 1983. Forgot to ask Bernie what camera he was on in 1983. Was it the center field camera? It was the center field camera. Man, oh man, oh man. Camera had up 0 for 3 in the series against the Pirates. They take strike one, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Hopefully Cameron can get back just swinging easily, trusting his strength, trusting his bat speed, not trying to lift pitches. BP today, he was just so free and easy, and the ball was just jumping off his bat.
Was it windy in BP today?
No.
Oh, I didn't know if the wind was blowing. Somebody had said that it was very windy today at BP.
I didn't think it was.
Little tapper up the third base side. Spangenberg throws out Rupp. And 1 away. Phils fans, whether you're headed to vacation or to another family barbecue, catch every CSN game with the NBC Sports app. Download now to keep up with all your favorite Philly teams. There's Nick Pivetta.
Stairsy was so funny today. Nick comes out to take, hop in the first round, take some swings. And he says, I can't believe that you non-athletes hit with my guys. He goes, well, I'll let you because you're Canadian.
Bouncer foul. There's Stairsy.
He hit 2 rounds. He goes, all right, you're done. No more.
The ball's at 2 strikes. And Chunk fouls it off to the right side and out of play. I don't even know if Nick Pivetta knows who Chunk is, but that's who he is up on the big video board. And he's down on strikes for the 2nd strikeout for Clayton Richard. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Anita Dowdell of Yardley, PA. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game. Then Anita will win $200. Introducing the new signature crafted recipes at McDonald's. Ah, loving it.
Good luck, Anita.
Cameron Perkins fly to right his first time up, and he takes a strike. 0-1. Cameron, who spent the last 24 games down in AAA leading off before his promotion. Rips that one right past Spangenberg into left field, and that's going to go to the wall, and Perkins runs well, so he'll head to second with a 2-out double. His 2nd double of the year.
Nice to see him wait back, smoke the ball to left field. You're right, he's a big guy, but he can really motor. Stay back, stay back, stay back. Hit a bullet. Right past Spangenberg. Nice level swing.
Freddie Galvis is grounded out to shortstop today. Phillies trail at 2-0 here at Citizens Bank Park.
You can get a little 2-out lightning here. Richard in the stretch, really not much of a difference between his stretch or out of the windup, much like Jeremy Hellickson.
Down the right field line, 2-1 to Freddie Galvis. To right field, and Renfroe will run it down, and the Phils leave their 2nd base runner in scoring position. No runs, a hit, 1 man left. We have completed our first 3. We'll move to the 4th.
Ladies and gentlemen, helping the
Presented by State Farm. State Farm here to help life go right. And we turn our attention to the San Diego Padres. And the combination of Hunter Renfroe over his last 9 games and Manuel Margot over his last 9 games. Both these guys have hit for average. They've also picked up extra base hits. They've combined for 9 extra base hits during the last 9 games. Renfroe, who struck out his first time up. His 16 home runs are the most for the Padres before the All-Star break by a rookie. Mile-high fly ball to shallow right. Aaron Altair makes the catch. Oh, in between innings, we turn back to the 1980s. Some of the Philly legends like Brian Propp of the Flyers, who changed second base. Bill Berge was over at third base, getting a chance to say hi to Maikel Franco. And Sean Landetta. Sean still does some punting clinics around the Delaware Valley in Great Garden State. Spangenberg takes strike 1. It's 0-1. Spangenberg popped out to shortstop. 0-2. Three pitches, and he is retired on strikes. 4 strikeouts for Pivetta. And 2 away.
Some gas, canter up, set up inside, the ball tails up and away. Spangenberg cannot lay off.
And now Eric Ibar. He's thrown some good breaking pitches too. It's just that there's been a couple that haven't been so good. That's a good spot for that 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Honestly, there's just no way you can get a barrel to that ball right there. There's zero, unless you're standing way, way off the plate.
0-2 pitch. Upstairs, 1-2.
I don't know if Hunt was ready for that one.
He had the fence in front of him. He was okay. Got him. Foul tip hung on to by Rupp. 1, 2, 3 go the Padres. That's a 10-pitch inning. He has 5 strikeouts. Now he needs his offense to get him some runs as we go to the bottom of the 4th. It's 2-0 Padres. To you by Toyota. Find your favorite model today. Toyota, let's go places. Bottom of the fourth inning, the Phillies trail at 2-0. 2 solo home runs for the Padres. Give you a great look of this at bat by Aaron Altair to start it off. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. Altair popped out to first his first time up. 2-0. Hey, by the way, we want to send out best wishes for a quick recovery, and we mean a quick recovery, for our buddy Charlie O'Gara. As that ball is grounded up toward the middle, Ibar has it, throws out Altair. We mentioned Bernie manning the center field camera. Well, his running mate for so many years was Charlie O'Gara, who would run the camera up here in our booth and was at the vet as well. Was a huge part, and still is, of the Phillies television family. And Charlie is recovering at home, and we hope that he gets better very quickly and gets strong and get a chance to see him. Out to right field. Boy, these two teams are playing this game with the same pace of 1983.
Sure are.
Tommy Joseph is coming up with 2 men down here in the fourth. Well, when the Phillies take on the Padres this Sunday, the folks at Hers are going to sponsor the kids' retro pullover jacket. That's for children 14 and under. Get your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. There's a great giveaway. We saw them today in our office as they were dropped off. Tommy Joseph takes strike 1.
Richard with just 48 pitches. 3 2/3.
Well, and again, we talked about batting average against coming in well over 300.
Come on, Tommy.
5.86 ERA in his last 6 games and a 2-2 record. And the Phillies just aren't squaring him up. Way inside, 2-2. That's a rocket down the right field line toward the pole. It is gone. Opposite field home run for Tommy Joseph. It's his 15th of the year, and the Phillies are on the board. It's a 2-1 ball game.
You get down 0-2, who cares? I'll battle back. Gets himself to an even count, 2-2. Boy, was that a quick bat. They have that kind of strength, Tom.
Phillies needed that.
See him pull his hands in and just barrel that ball. Ball get out in a hurry.
Odubel Herrera struck out looking his first time up. You know, we've seen Tommy hit opposite field home runs, but to right center field, never
down the line.
Oh, Anita Dowdell of Yardley was happy about it because she just won $200 thanks to Tommy in the McDonald's home run jackpot.
Way to go, Anita.
One ball, one strike.
Tommy got my keys to the game. Homers are cool.
Two and one. Yeah. The only problem with that is that you told Tommy, but you told the Padres too.
All 3 runs in this ball game via the long ball.
Ground ball to shortstop. Ibar charges. It throws out Odubel, but the Phillies get on the board thanks to Tommy Joseph. That is 15th home run of the year. An opposite field shot. He's watching it all the way. Back about 6 rows. It's a 2-1 Padres lead as we go to the 5th. Braves. That's a 7:05 first pitch. Well, after the game, stay for a free post-game concert featuring Grammy-nominated singer Hunter Hayes. Get your tickets by going to Phillies.com. Carlos Asueye will be the batter for the Padres. It's no balls and 1 strike to him. Got a bit low, 1-1. It's sharply, 1 hop, snagged by Tommy Joseph. 1 out. Austin Hedges coming up. Time for our Coors fact of the game. Here's Greg Murphy.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Well, no secret that the Padres are in the middle of a rebuild. In fact, they are the youngest team in all of baseball. They average 26 years for their players, 26 and a half years old for their players. It is the subject of our Coors Light Cold Hard Fact, presented by Clean Crisp Coors Light. RBIs from rookies. Well, no surprise that the Padres are on that list because they certainly do play a lot of them. 83 so far from a team full of rookies. So 83 RBIs. They are 4th in all of baseball with RBIs for the rookies. That is our Coors Light Cold Hard Fact tonight, guys.
Yeah, they decided that that's how they were going to go into the 2017 season. Pick up some Rule 5 guys, give some youngsters a chance. Austin Hedges homered his last time up. First home run since the 3rd of June. Outside.
I really like Nick's pace tonight. Just getting it, throwing it.
Popped up. And Michael Franco sprints over, but that'll be back into the seats.
Got away with one right there. Just seems like he's pushing that breaking ball a little bit. Just not able to get on top of it.
Out to right field. That's well hit. Voltaire's going back, and it is gone. That's his second home run of the night, his 13th of the year. It's 3-1. Padres on top.
Now Hedges has hit a breaking ball out and now a fastball.
Well, that is his first multi-home run game of his career.
Fastball down and away. Now it ends up middle. Ball's flying tonight.
Off the end of the bat, foul by Clayton Richard. Well, he said he's missed the last few games with a stiff neck. Strikeout of Richard. That's his 6th. 2 outs here in the 5th inning. I think the hope is that Hedges for the Padres will just get better batting average wise, because it's hard to teach that kind of power, particularly for a catcher. No offense, Ben, but it's not an easy position.
No.
And power is tough to come by sometimes with your catchers.
The more he displays, obviously they'll live with an average as Myers sneaks a base hit up the middle.
Yeah, he's 2 for 3.
And the more power that they show, you know, they'll live with a lower average. Believe me, behind the plate, as long as he holds up his end of the bargain defensively.
Well, here is Manuel Margot, who is 0 for 2. He has struck out. He's popped up to first base.
And you can't sleep on Myers at first base either.
Now, he has stolen 9 bases, 9 for 13 so far. Toss over. Two and 2, 95-mile-an-hour heater. Young lady watching a little baseball, staying for some fireworks. And a 2-ball, 2-strike pitch coming to Margot. We'll have to wait. Another toss over. Peanut expert. the hands out towards shallow left center, and here comes Perkins. But the Padres tack on another one. They get a second home run by Austin Hedges. Smile, honey. We'll go to the bottom of the fifth. Will lead it off. Andres grounded out to third his first time up. Phillies trail it 3-1. And the first pitch outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Phillies have managed 3 hits so far. They're 1 run, a home run. All 3 runs the Padres scored on solo home runs. Over to third base. Spangenberg charges, bare hands, throws in time.
Nice play.
Yep, that was an excellent play. He realized at the last moment that he had to barehand it.
Just kicked right on him, and he was forced to barehand it. First hop's a big one. The second one comes down, it just kind of spins on him, kicks him to the right. Barehands it. Nice firm throw to Myers at first base.
Cameron Rupp is grounded out as well tonight, and he lines one into left field. That'll be a base hit. Pirela will get to it cleanly, and he holds Rupp at first with a 1-out single. That gives us a chance to take a look at our Citizens Bank minor league reports. And Lehigh Valley lost to Syracuse yesterday. Scott Kingery is hitting .311 for the Iron Pigs in 11 games. Reading lost to Trenton 6-3. Carlos Tocci is hitting 8 straight. He's hitting over .400 at that point. How about how hot Cornelius Randolph is his last 8 games? And Lakewood defeated Del Mar for 4-1. Adonis Medina, 6 innings, 9 strikeouts. Here's Pivetta to bunt, and then he pulls the bat back. That worked for him a couple starts ago.
I think Matt said to him today, because he was practicing, they call it the Butcher Boy. He said, hey, if you're doing that, he said, you don't have to swing. Make sure it's a strike. He said, just because you're doing the Butcher Boy doesn't mean you have to swing every time. It still has to be in there.
but it's 0-2. As he jabbed at it.
Exactly. Can't jab at it.
Rupp, I don't know if he's had 2 throw-overs all year.
You're just trying to get a sense of whether or not Pavetta's going to square around again.
Has 2 career stolen bases. Pivetta fouls it off to the right side. But it remains 1-2. Out to center field. He hit it pretty well. Margot's going back. He'll run it down. And back to first base goes Rupp. 2 outs. The Sixers are heating up. Catch up on all the action from the NBA Summer League with CSN Podcasts. Subscribe now on Apple or Google Play. CSN Podcasts, all Philly, all the time.
Remember those cards? It's up on the scoreboard. 83 tops. Remember, because it was Tony Gwynn's rookie card.
It is very familiar. It has a very familiar look. Bouncer to third. Spangenberg has it. Goes the short way to get Rupp. And that is the 7th ground out for Clayton Richard in this ball game. That's just a 10-pitch inning. We've completed 5. Phillies trail it 3-1. Doing it with his gloves since the opening bell of the 2017 season. As expected, Freddie is performing at a Gold Glove level, the middle of the diamond. The Phillies shortstop is doing it with the glove and now with the bat. Galvis is heading into the All-Star break with an offensive boost, putting together his best month of the season with a .287 average in June, while batting way above .300 in the last 2 weeks. Glove, bat, leadership role. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Well, the Fanatic doing a little thriller. The Zombies were figuring out what the heck were they supposed to do. but he explained it in only the way he could. And eventually they figured it out, as all zombies would.
One of the best videos / short movies of all time, huh?
Thriller?
Oh, it's incredible. I remember that would come on MTV, and it was just like, you just had to watch it every time.
Well, Nick Pivetta goes to the 6th inning, trailing at 3-1. And he will face Jose Pirela. And he swings at the first pitch. That is an aggressive swing right out of the gate. And it's no balls and 1 strike. Padres have hit 3 home runs tonight. They have 102 home runs on the season. Back in 1983, a year before they went to the World Series, they hit 93 home runs the whole year. How has baseball changed since then? Well, there's a number of ways you can look at it, but so far this year there are only 6 teams who have not hit 93 home runs before the All-Star break. In the dirt, 1-2.
Well, you take an 0-2 swing like he just took, and you're going to hit a lot of home runs. I mean, there's zero fear in that 0-2 swing, that's for sure.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, and that is a good pitch from Pivetta. His 7th strikeout, 2-3 on the putout. Hunter Renfroe's coming up, and he talked about the improved play of the Padres, which includes some more home runs. It's probably the first time a lot of us have really played together. Some of us played together in AAA, but as a whole, it's the first year. Obviously, we had some growing pains at first. Everybody is starting to figure out a little bit, starting to hit the ball a little bit better, and kind of clicking a little bit. Pitching staff is doing really, really well. When they're throwing zeros up, can't help but improve.
How about that for an aggressive hack?
Well, he's hitless in 2 at-bats and now hit by the pitch. Hit right in the hands.
Obviously, you don't want anyone to be hurt and hurt for an extended period, but there's nothing wrong with that. Get them off your plate. I mean, these guys are going up leg kicking, trying to hit center city. Off the wrist. I mentioned that the 0-2 hack that Pirela had. I mean, that was unbelievable. And the first hack here by Renfroe. Again, you don't want anybody hurt, but get them off your plate. Just rides up and in. Yeah, that was in.
That is the 3rd time he's been hit by a pitch this year. And Spangenberg goes around on the first offering. No balls, 1 strike. Spangenberg has popped out to short and he has struck out. Spangenberg did not make the team out of spring training. It was somewhat of a surprise because he was a big part of their team last year. But they had, 3 Rule 5 picks that they had to have on the roster. But he went down and he tore it up in AAA. He had 348 in the minor leagues. Now, he wasn't bad in spring training. Spring training, he hit 286. That's not terrible.
No.
Franco will give it a look, and it's back out of play. But yeah, he hit 348 down in the minor leagues, came back up, and wound up at 299 during the month of June. Had a quick meeting on the mound between Rupp and Pivetta. Two pitch off the hands down the left field line. Long run for Perkins, and that is a foul ball by a hair.
I can't believe how close that was. Could have been second and third right there. Look where this bounces. A couple inches.
2-2. Boy, that's a nasty pitch for his 8th strikeout as Spangenberg goes down swinging.
Comes out on the same plane as that heater. You're thinking, I got to gear it up a little bit here. The pitch is inside. Clear your hips. And then the bottom just falls out of it. Well done.
Out to left center field by Ibar. And Odubel wraps it up. No runs, no hits, one man left. We have played 5.5. The Phillies trail the Padres 3-1. ShopChooseNissan.com. By WB Mason. Who about WB Mason for fast, free delivery? Nobody does it better. And by your local Ford store. Check out every new Ford car, truck, and SUV crossover at BuyFordNow.com. Well, fireworks are getting ready here at Citizens Bank Park. First, the Phil's got to score some runs as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Fireworks show brought to you by Xfinity. Freddie Galvis will lead it off. And a first pitch inside. 1-0. Galvis is grounded out to short, and he's lined out to right field. down the right field line. Renfroe will give it a peek toward the seats, and it's in play, and he makes the catch for the first out. From a single room to an office overhaul, WB Mason and Hahn Now program has you covered. Hahn Furniture provides beautiful options for every part of your office, and WB Mason provides it all at amazingly low prices. All in service means you don't have to lift a finger. Who but WB Mason? You got any thoughts on a different approach against Clayton Richard, a guy that had an ERA or a batting average against of well over 300 coming in?
I would give him the outside part of the plate until you get to 2 strikes. Usually it's the opposite. You usually give a pitcher the inside part of the plate until you get to 2 strikes. But a lot of these righties, Aaron Altair hits a bullet up the middle. A lot of these righties are getting a lot of pitches in. So I'd get him out of there early in the count, see if he goes back away. Oh, stung.
Sure was. And now Maikel Franco. Franco is 0 for 2. He's popped out and he is flied out. That is awfully close to a balk, the way his body starts to come forward, but he's right on the line, as many good lefties are.
I mean, if you're a lefty, it's almost worth getting a ball called on you from time to time. See how much you can get away with.
Little dribbler, and it's 1-2.
Take a look here. It is close. See, his leg just doesn't break that plane.
Out to right field. Renfroe will hover back toward the track, and then on it makes the catch. Ball carried a little bit more than he anticipated. So 2 outs. And Tommy Joseph is coming up.
He might go upset with himself. The swing does look like it's getting back to where it needs to be, though, for Maikel.
Tommy Joseph back in the 4th inning.
It doubled his first at bat, and his next at bat catches a fastball deep, shoots it about 10 rows deep in right field. Put the fighting Phils on the board.
Way outside, 1 ball, no strikes to Tommy. They throw behind Aaron Altair, and he's back easy. The first baseman, Will Myers, was paying attention.
It's a lot easier when you're looking. We had quite a lengthy discussion about that play last night in the dugout. It just throws from his knees, right on the money. That play last night when Andres let go of the bat, it just, you know, to a man, and Tommy Joseph says, you know, Josh Bell's lucky he didn't die. I mean, it's like he had no idea that ball was coming down.
Well, that is true. It could have hit him right in the face.
Seriously.
Three and one. Ball four. That'll put runners on first and second with 2 men down.
Well, that was a good pitch, but you don't blame Tommy for not swinging at it. 3-1 count. You got to make sure it's your pitch. Just because it's a strike doesn't mean you have to swing at it. There's literally nothing that Tommy could have done with that pitch. It was a pitcher's pitch. But why swing at it if you know you can't hit it?
Yeah, don't settle for it.
Exactly. Oh, it's 3-1. I'm going to swing no matter what. It's not the approach he took.
Well, here's Odubel Herrera now with runners on first and second and 2 men down. Odubel's 0 for 2. He has struck out. And he's also grounded out. By the way, you mentioned that play from last night where Knapp scored from first. The last time that happened was back in 1986. Scott Fletcher of the Rangers was on first base, and Lance Parrish tried to pick him off. And Lance Parrish let it fly down the right field line, and Fletcher scored all the way from first. People keep those kind of stats.
Apparently. Very rarely will you see a 3-base error.
Well, for the catcher. Over to the right side. Richard has it. He'll just take it right to the bag. 1 unassisted. No runs. 1 hit. 2 men left. Oh, the fireworks are being shot off. A little bit of a foreshadow of what we're going to see after the ball game. They were great last night. I think we're going to have greatness again. Now for your Delaware Valley Honda dealers game summary. Not a lot of offense, but I guess we didn't expect much between these two teams. But the Padres have 3 home runs, including 2 by Hedges. And the first pitch from Pivetta is hit skyward to right center. And Aaron Altair will take care of it. So 1 pitch, 1 away. Here in the top of the 7th inning. Well, there are some imposing clouds that are running by the ballpark right now, but that is a awesome sight.
It's like Armageddon.
It has gotten dark pretty quickly. Sure has. But then we have that, Ben. So anytime you think it's scary, like there, don't worry, because we have peacefulness right around the corner.
You say so.
Well, we are turning back the clock to the 80s, so we're trying to get the Ghostbusters scene down properly.
I think we're close to it.
Off the third base line, 0-2. The fans are heading toward cover as the wind starts to pick up a little bit. Outside, 1-2. Aaron Altair barely has to move, and there are 2 outs here in the 7th inning. And here comes Richard. He's 0 for 2. He is flied out and he is struck out. 11 fly ball outs. I think we're going to have a little bit of a storm shortly. The new tower's coming along, though, huh?
Sure is.
Be nice when the Davis family moves into that. No balls and 2 strikes. Don't have to worry about cleaning the garage.
No idea where I'd park my truck, Tom.
You'd find a spot. 0-2 pitch. And a strike 3 called. 1-2-3 go the Padres. 9 strikeouts for Nick Pivetta. And the grounds crew is heading out onto the field. They're going to put the tarp on the field as we go to the bottom half of the 7th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. So 9 strikeouts for Nick Pivetta. He's gone 7 innings so far, and the Padres are on top of the Phillies 3-1. Bank Park about an hour or so ago, but then all of a sudden watch how things changed in Center City as we sped up the last 45 minutes or so. And yep, we've got ourselves a little bit of a delay. That crane is well, let's hope it's stabilized out there. So the wind is picked up. They put the tarp on the field because they're anticipating some rain in the next few minutes and some heavy winds, but hopefully it won't be that long of a delay.
Just went through the great city of Westchester, Tom.
So everybody okay out there?
Yeah, Dad sent me a message.
All right.
My buddy Robin, who's a farmer down the street, he said it's coming your way.
What about Little Joe? Is he out there?
I don't know if Little Joe's watching the game.
All right. Well, they're going to try to tap down the tarp because the wind's picking up pretty good. They were able to get it out onto the field, but they weren't able to put the heavy machinery on it or put the spikes in, and now they are beginning to do that. So we'll keep you updated as much as we get, but it is starting to rain now here at the ballpark. So while we have a chance, let's give you our Jeep Stump the Fence trivia quiz answer. Who was the only pitcher besides Trevor Hoffman to lead the Padres in saves between '94 and 2008 in a single season?
The man could swing his arm like no other.
Who?
Rob Beck?
Rod Beck?
Rod Beck.
Rod Beck is correct. He had 20 back in 2003. And the man could also drive an RV.
Yes, he could.
Like Scott Air. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. And thanks for playing Jeep Stump the Fans. Well, nice job by the grounds crew. This is not easy when the wind picks up like that.
This is something to watch.
This is a summer storm right here. All right, so it's 3-1 Padres on top. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning, and we are in a rain delay. So while we sit here and wait, you can sit back and enjoy our very own Greg Murphy and Phillies clubhouse. he is wearing that pitcher's number 88.
Eric Lindros will be proud.
He was warming up in the bullpen for the last 20 minutes or so. And he will face Andres Blanco, Cameron Rupp, and then the pitcher's spot for the Phillies. Phillies trail at 3-1, and we look at our Toyota turning point. The reason why is because of the catcher Austin Hedges.
No breaking ball here by Nick Pivetta. Hedges hits one in the Hedges. It's the second home run for the Padres, and then in the 5th inning goes Oppo on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball off Nick Pivetta again. Really just the 3 mistakes by Nick this evening. He threw the ball very well through 7 innings.
Yeah, Nick will be charged with the 3 earned runs, no walks, 9 strikeouts. We said that he had to limit the walks. He certainly has done that. Meanwhile, Clayton Richard 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. And by the way, the last 25 minutes or so, as they were working on the field, they were playing one prompted music tune after another up on the video board, and the dancing and celebrating that was going on in the crowd was like nothing I've ever seen before at a baseball game. It was very entertaining. Let's hope the Phillies can provide a little more entertainment as we begin the bottom of the 7th inning. Left-handed hitter Andres Blanco, and he whacks the first pitch foul, and it's 0-1.
Andres is ready to go.
He sure was. It is a 1 hour and 34-minute rain delay. They're going to move the rosin bag back a little bit out of the sight lines of Andres Blanco or the home plate umpire Mike Muklinski. I like this. There's like an energy that's popped up here at the ballpark that's sort of rallying off the rain delay events that were taking place.
The dance contest got everybody going.
Sure did. Hot shot to second base. And 1 out here in the 7th inning. And here comes Cameron Rupp. Cameron is 1 for 2 in this ball game. Grounded out his first time and then singled his last time up. Nick Williams has come out of the on-deck circle. Cameron loops it to left field, and that's going to drop for his second hit. He may have lost a bat, but he gets a base hit. And the Phils have the tying run coming to the plate. Nick Williams is going to head back down the stairs and then head back up again. Looked like Pete was going to set Daniel Nava up. Well, before the first swing, make your picks for the T-Mobile Home Run Derby Bracket Challenge. With a little luck, you and 3 friends may be going to the 2017 World Series thanks to T-Mobile. Make your picks at MLB.com/bracket challenge. Williams hitting .261 in his limited time up here in the big leagues. Pat Neshek is started to loosen up as well.
A heck of a time for his first one.
A heck of a time for his first home run, or even a gapper to give him his first, well, may not give him his first RBI with Cameron running. But 0-2 to Williams. In the air to right field. Going back on it is Renfroe, and it is over his head and off the scoreboard. Rupp to third. He'll be held there, and Williams has a double. And that puts runners on second and third with one man down. He just missed his first home run.
Yeah. Cameron's fired up. Nick Williams fired up. Tries to get this ball in. It is center cut, elevated. Nice quick bat there by Nick Williams. And Cameron Rupp had a good read on this. He had his head down. He was motoring. Ball just hit too hard for Cameron to score from first base.
And Daniel Nava is going to come up as a pinch hitter for Cameron Perkins. So Pete feeling that this is his chance. There is a lefty warming up. It's Brad Hand, but he just started loosening up in the bullpen for the Padres. If you want to think about flipping Nava over to the right side. Nava on the year hitting .303 with 3 home runs and 14 runs batted in. First pitch is upstairs, 1-0. Daniel is 7 for 21 as a pinch hitter this year. Little dribbler to the right of the mounds. They're going to think about coming home, but instead they go get Nava. Rupp scores. And it's now a 3-2 ball game. Over to third goes Nick Williams.
Daniel not excited about that at bat, but he did do his job. Got a runner in.
Phillies are now 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position.
Going out there, Freddie.
Freddie is 0 for 3 in this ball game. And here comes Andy Green. He wants to move Freddie Galvis over to the right side. So it looks like Brad Hand is going to commit to this ball game.
He thought about home plate right here. I don't know if he just didn't get a grip on it or didn't trust himself to make a good throw to home.
Yeah, Hedges looked like he wanted it to come home. So Galvis will get a new helmet, and Brad Hand will come into the ball game to face Freddie with a runner at third. We got a pitching change. We'll be back right after this. One great offer, the Toyota Mike Schmidt Bobble figurine, which is tomorrow, and the Toyota Pete Rose Bobble figurine, which is Friday, August 11th. Special offer, $19.80 a ticket per game in honor of the 80 World Series champions. You must order both games together as a bundle. Go to Phillies.com/Toyota bundle for more information. And in addition, the standard Toyota Mike Schmidt Bobble figurines are being distributed at the gates tomorrow. We'll also be giving out a limited amount of special edition gold figures. These will be randomly placed at each of the entrance gates. Again, go to Phillies.com for more information.
Finding a golden ticket.
That's exactly right, Charlie. Brad Hand, the lone all-star representative for the Padres, to pitch to Freddie Galvis. Freddie takes strike one. It's 0-1. And with a 2.36 earned run average, he has 57 strikeouts in 45 2/3 innings of work. One of those guys that, as a starting pitcher, wasn't as effective as he is as a relief pitcher. Popped him up foul just in front of us.
Nice grab.
Very nice grab. He had traffic in front of him, too. See Brad Hand, 17 stranded, 22 inherited. He's above the average in the National League. This is a Padres bullpen that was doing well in that Indian series, but then last night they allowed 5 runs on 8 base hits. And Freddie lines it. It's a left field, a base hit, and the Phillies have tied the game. Nick Williams scores. It's a 3-3 ball game.
Go ahead, Andy Green. Turn me around. Doesn't matter. You like to see good 2-strike approach right there by Freddie. You also like to see getting Nick Pivetta off the hook for the lost. Little slider down. Freddie stays down on it. Bullet to left field. Short swing.
Boy, he really did follow that all the way. All right, so now Altera is up. Altera is 1 for 3. That run, or both runs, charged to Mayton as Galvis draws the throw over.
Mayton, you sit around for an hour and a half, come into a ball game, get 2 earnings strapped to you in 2/3 of an inning. I'm still surprised he didn't take a shot at Cameron at home plate.
The dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. Two balls and 1 strike to Altair. Not a big lead by Freddie over at first. In the dirt. Good job. by Hedges to keep it close enough so Freddie couldn't advance to scoring position.
Not textbook, but he kept it in front of him.
Yeah, I guess he got enough of his arm and glove and then chest protector out there.
One slider.
Maikel Franco on deck.
Keep you hitting the 3-hole, you're going to get pitched differently. That's the bottom line.
Swing and a miss. Got him with a breaking ball. But the Phillies do tie it up. They get 2 runs of the inning on 3 base hits. Freddie Galvis's base hit even the game up at 3. We'll go to the 8th. It's the Padres 3 and the Phillies 3. Dealers and by Jefferson Health. Call 800-JEF now or visit jeffersonhealth.org. Time now for a Hyundai defensive play of the game.
Off the bat of Andres Blanco, Spansberg comes charging in and takes a hop to his right, so he says, no, just go ahead and barehand it. Grabs it, grabs 4 seams, goes to strike on over to Will Myers at first base. That is your Hyundai defensive play of the game, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers.
Nick Williams will stay in the game, and he is in left field. By the way, that's one of 8 groundouts tonight for Clayton Richard, the starter for the Padres. Neither starter can win or lose this ball game. And here is Pat Neshek, who will take over and will face the top of the order. Will Myers, Manuel Margot, the first 2 hitters. Myers bunts up the third base line. It's going to be a base hit. So he's aboard. That's his 3rd hit of the night. Well, I guess he is a leadoff hitter, even though he could pop the ball.
Couldn't have rolled it any better than that.
That was a nice bunt. So runner at first. Margot's coming in. And 12-year-old Greg Murphy is somewhere around the stadium. Where are you, Murph?
Well, I'm back down by first base, down in the camera well, and bringing you back to the year of 1983 again. Of course, Ronald Reagan was president. A stamp cost 20 cents. 3.7 billion people were on the planet. Song of the year, Always on My Mind, by Willie Nelson. And the best picture was Gandhi. Sally Ride went to space, first woman in space. And, of course, your 76ers, Tom, won the NBA championship.
They did.
back in 1983. And I will say that, you know, Gandhi was a great picture, but
I did not like it.
It was a great picture, Tom. But in 1989, Say Anything was a pretty good picture as well.
I would have taken that over Gandhi.
Yeah, I'd go Say Anything myself. So
And,
I don't know why I'm thinking about that. I just
Have you been followed tonight by Lloyd?
I have. Lloyd Dobler has been hanging out with me all night long. Our thanks to Lloyd Ryan Dobler behind me.
Has he been a good companion to travel with, man?
He has.
Yeah.
Very much so. I think I'm going to give him my heart or give him my pen, one or the other, before we're all said and done.
Has the boombox been overwhelming?
It's a little heavy. The longer we make him hold it, watch his arm shake.
I remember those boot boxes. They were okay with no batteries in them. Then he put about a dozen of those big D batteries in them.
Lasts for like 3 days.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Rye's been struggling just a little bit near the end of the hit. So should we let him put it down now? Go ahead, Rye. You can put it down now.
That's a good lat workout.
Oh, man. Swing and a miss by Margot. And he is down on strikes. 1 out here in the 8th inning. And now Pirela will be the batter. He homered his first time up. He's 1 for 3. Runner goes. Pitch is a strike. No shot for Cameron Rupp. Well, Woolmeyer certainly had the tendencies of Pat Neshek time there.
10th stolen base of the year. I mean, that is what you call a running lead.
I will say that by the time Neshek, somebody yelled he's going, I mean, Myers was already gone.
Yeah.
Now, somebody may have yelled it. They just didn't yell loud enough. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. The fastball ran just a bit outside, 1-2. Fly ball, shallow center field. Odubel comes sprinting in. 2 away here in the top of the 8th. And that brings Hunter Renfroe to the plate. Padres and the Phillies wearing these uniforms from 1983. The Padres that year finished at 500 while the Phillies were going to the postseason, getting to the World Series. They were managed by Dick Williams, who went to the Hall of Fame in 2007. Williams managed the Padres in 82, 83, 84, and 85. He had 337 wins. He was well above the 500 mark as a manager for the Padres, which was pretty good for that organization. That year in 83, they finished 81 and 81. And for only the 2nd time in baseball history, they had a run differential of 0.
Wow. Now that's a cool stat.
653 runs, 653 allowed. The 1922 White Sox were the only other team that finished with a 0 run differential. No balls and 1 strike to Renfroe. And it's 0-2. Runner leads off second. Swing and a miss. He just kept going farther away. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left in scoring position. We'll move to the bottom of the 8th. Phillies and the Padres tied up at 3. orange t-shirt will be given out Sunday, July 23rd against the Milwaukee Brewers. A 1:35 first pitch. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com. Maikel Franco will lead it off against Brad Hand, and he pops the first pitch up. Foul territory, third base side. And Spangenberg makes the catch for the first out. So one pitch, one away. It's not a bad idea for Franco or even Joseph to go after that first pitch. It's just the Hand got it in just a little too much. And Franco could not drive it toward the outfield. Tommy Joseph takes upstairs 1-0.
That's the 5th pop out tonight by both sides. 5th.
Tommy Joseph's been on the pitches tonight. Back of the 4th inning after doubling his first time up. Hit his 5th home run in the last 14 games.
It's a fastball deep. Barrels it 10 rows deep. Straight away right field.
All right, you gonna give him the green light here? I would think the way he's swinging tonight, you might.
Absolutely. Lefty on deck.
He did get that green light, and he fouled it off the face mask of Austin Hedges.
Got them both.
Got Muklinski too. Both shaking out the cobwebs.
He's been very good back there tonight. Mike Muklinski.
And ball 4. So Tommy walks for the 2nd straight time. And here comes Odubel Herrera. Odubel is 0 for 3. He is struck out, grounded out twice. No balls, 1 strike to Herrera. Short lead at first for Tommy Joseph. Opposite way, and it's 0-2. And now this is where Odubel needs to protect. It's where he's had some issues recently.
Let's find a way to put it in play.
And he tried to check his swing. And according to the third base umpire, Marty Foster, he held up. And he did.
Good swing there on a hanger. Seemed like his front shoulder stayed in a bit better there, Tom. Gets that foot down on time. Just pulled his head off a bit.
Opposite way for Odubel. That's a base hit. Now that's a good swing. First and second, one out. And Andres Blanco will bat. Phillies have Andrew Knapp, Ty Kelly still available off the bench. And Brock Stassi as well.
Yeah, I thought you might see maybe Ty Kelly pinch run here for Tommy Joseph. Have Brock go in and play. Just in case there's a ball in the outfield here, base hit. Excellent, excellent piece of hitting by Odubel. See that load, gets his foot down, and nothing else moves forward. Bottle that one.
You know, Odubel's now hitting 5 straight. And here is Blanco with one man down. Talk about somebody who is due. Yeah, that is Andres Blanco. 0 for 3 tonight.
I haven't a clue, Tom, why Will Myers, and he's starting to retreat now, but he was in on the grass, almost thinking that there was nobody out.
Yeah,
he was literally, he was right there. And retreated back behind the base path. That had to have been what he was thinking.
Tommy Joseph at second base and Odubel Herrera at first base. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Andres Blanco. Craig Stammen is the one who was still on the mound. Yates was walking down the front of the mound. Well, he fouls off the breaking pitch. He's got a battle here. Cameron Rupp on deck. Swing and a miss, and Blanco strikes out. A wicked breaking pitch. Second strikeout for Hand. This inning is going to be left to Cameron Rupp.
Slider in the dirt. Andres just flailing at it. Just didn't pick up any rotation. He's thinking fastball in the whole way. Slider in the dirt.
Cameron does have 2 hits tonight. 2 for 3.
A new piece of lumber in his hand.
After breaking his bat his last time up. hand is a little different than many relief pitchers. I mean, he takes as much time as a starter working from the stretch takes in between pitches. I mean, there's some that are slow, like Antonio Bastardo. One and two to Cameron Rupp. Runners will take their lead. Breaking ball swung on and missed in hand with back-to-back strikeouts with runners on first and second. Gets out of this 8th inning. So we'll move to the 9th here at Citizens Bank Park. Still tied at 3. Three. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, as are the fireworks tonight. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Before we get to the fireworks, Hector Neris needs a 1-2-3 inning here to give the Phils a chance to bat in their half of the 9th inning in a 3-3 game. And he will face Corey Spangenberg. There's Neris's numbers. 3.22 ERA. He's kind of stabilized things a little bit. He went through a real rough patch, just as the Phillies did in the month of May. It'll be Spangenberg, Ibar, the first two hitters. Spangenberg is 0 for 3 tonight. Outside and high, 1-0. Line drive, base hit it to center field. It was soft, but it gets the job done. And a leadoff single here in the 9th inning. And here comes Ibar. How would you approach this at the bottom of the order coming up with Ibar at the plate? I mean, I know you don't often do this on the road, but would you sacrifice to get him in a scoring position?
I would, and well, first of all, I'd have him bunt for a hit because he can control the bat excellently, and he can get a ball down and he can run. So go ahead and drop one down for a knock.
We saw that before with Will Myers. Now his was up the third base line. ball and no strikes. So I guess he's not doing it. Quick toss over, and Spangenberg is back. He has stolen 6 bases. He's been caught 1 time. In the air to right center field. Altair going back. He has room on the track, makes the catch. 1 away here in the 9th inning.
Hindsight is always 20/20, but that's the exact reason I would have had him bunt. A ball on the ground by Ibar is a lot better. A lot better than a ball in the air. Aaron Altair with plenty of room.
Now that'll bring Asuaje to the plate. He is 0 for 3. He has struck out, popped out, or should say grounded out and popped out to shallow right. Another throw over Spangenberg. We mentioned he can steal a base if you call on him. Ball, no strikes. Good changeup. That's split, and it's 1-1.
I do think that splitter's getting back to where it needs to be.
He certainly has put in the work to do it. There's Hedges on deck. He has 2 home runs already tonight. Dirt, 2-2. Padres are in 4th place in their division. The Giants, shockingly, are in last place, 24 games out. The Dodgers, well, the Dodgers are having one of those magical kind of seasons right now. They have 58 wins. Those 58 victories tied with the Astros for the most in baseball. Now they've stretched out a 5.5 game lead over Arizona, and now 8.5 over Colorado. That's in a month's time. They've built that lead. 2-2 pitch coming. And now time is called. We decided to go with a fastball. And Asuaje fouls it back to the screen.
He had a good rip at that one.
And a line drive base hit it to right field. That'll send Spangenberg to third easily. Now the Padres now have first and third with one man down. And Hedges is the hitter. Can they get him to roll into a double play? He has provided our WB Mason deliveries of the game.
Third inning. To lead off that inning. A little breaking ball by Nick Pivetta. Hedges hits it in the Hedges. Then in the fifth inning, 96-mile-an-hour fastball out over the plate. He shoots it to right field for his second home run of the ball game. They are your WB Mason deliveries of the game.
All right, so Hedges, after a meeting on the mound between Rupp and Neris, will dig in. See if he can get one of those splits to force him to roll over on him. And he shows bunt. Ooh, they had Spangenberg, and he scampers back to third. Safety squeeze?
With a man that has hit 2 home runs in a ball game? Definitely was.
Whoa. I wonder if Cameron just didn't have a grip on it. Didn't like the angle.
I don't think he had a throwing lane because Spangenberg went back in to the field.
Which is the way you're supposed to do it as a base runner.
Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike. Quick toss over to first. Hector Sanchez has come out in the on-deck circle to pinch hit. And he bunts it foul. Now you got him in the hole 1 and 2, and you probably have him where you want him to be. That's where you run the risk of putting the bunt on. Fly ball center field. Odubel is under it. Spangenberg is tagging from third. Odubel will make the throw to second. And a run scores, and the Padres take the lead 4-3.
Hedges was with his 3rd RBI of the night. I still don't understand the safety squeeze twice.
I think he bailed him out.
Big time. And he also bailed him out by not bunting Ibar. You know, he gets him to second base. Aswahe comes up with a base knock to right field, which would have scored him. Hedges does his job there.
Well, that'll bring Hector Sanchez up as a pinch hitter. Sanchez 162 on the year, with 3 homers and 7 runs batted in. Outside. So Necek pitches a scoreless 8th inning. And now Hector gives up a run here in the 9th. And the Phils, well, they'll be challenged in the bottom of the 9th inning. 1 strike. Ball, 2 strikes to Sanchez. In the dirt, 2-2. Well, that's Mauer, their closer. You can get some runs against him. He can't warm up anymore because he's got to look at that novella. 2-2 pitch. Got him.
There's one word I did not think I was going to hear during the broadcast tonight, T-Mac.
1 run on 2 hits. And 1 man left. On to the bottom of the 9th. Phil's down by 1. With Marshall Harris and Ricky Metallico, they're going to discuss Nick Pavetta's outing tonight. Also what Tommy Joseph did at the plate. That's only on Cure Auto Insurance presents Phillies postgame live. Phillies trail at 4-3 as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Changes for the Padres. Alan Cordoba is in left field, and Matt Caesar takes over in right field, and Brandon Mauer will be the new pitcher, and he will face Nick Williams. Mauer has 17 saves. That's the good part of the story. He also has a 5.94 earned run average. That's the rocky part of the story if you're the Padres. Mauer's 11th in the major leagues in saves with those 17. As Williams takes a strike, but his ERA is the highest among relievers with 10 saves with a 5.94 earned run average. Fernando Rodney is second with a 5.64 ERA. He has 21 saves. So he is an ineffective, effective closer, so to speak, as Williams fouls it off the mask of Hedges.
He's got some giddy up. That pitch there at 98. Sometimes you can get away with an 0-2 pitch right down the middle when it's 98.
Swing and a miss. That's some good movement right there. 3 straight strikeouts for Padres relievers. And Brock Stassi is going to pinch hit for Neris. Look at that.
Change up, straight down. That's filthy.
Stassi pops it foul behind home plate. Brock on the year is hitting .183. He was robbed of a pinch hit base hit his last time up by Josh Bell. The ball had some flames on it as it was going into the crowd. Stassi is 3 for 19.
If you watch how he just pitched Nick Williams, 0-2, he fastball away, which Nick fouled off. Then he came back with that good changeup. You can see that here. Yep.
That was awfully close to being a strike 3 call.
And that's what I'm saying. It's just, it's not rocket science. All you have to do sometimes is watch the game. I'm saying if you're a player, just
outside again, 2-2.
I know these guys have scouting reports, but you can gather so much information just by watching and discussing it amongst your teammates.
3-2. Well, that's all part of it. Just having that discussion and passing it on. Phillies are trying to get somebody into scoring position and make this inning more of a nail biter than the way it started. Bouncer foul past Mickey Morandini. Feeling pretty good about that.
My niece got a foul ball tonight.
Really?
She did, down off the bat of Nick Pivetta.
How old is she?
She is 12.
Stassi swings and foul tips that one. She caught it right out of the air, huh?
Well, my brother-in-law got it for her. I didn't even know they were at the ball game.
Come on, Freddie, end this. Let's go.
Got bounced around, and Elizabeth got a foul ball.
Freddie Galvis, an RBI single in the 7th inning, tied the game at 3. That made this game fun again for the Phils because it was right after the rain delay and everybody was bouncing around. No balls and 1 strike to Galvis, and he fouls it off. It's 0-2. Victor Neris gave up the run on 2 hits. He hadn't allowed a base runner in his previous 5 games. Tommy Joseph did his part tonight. A couple extra base hits, a couple of walks. Cameron Rupp had a couple of hits tonight. And the 0-2 to Galvis. Swing and a miss. He got it with a fastball, and the ball game is over. And the frustration as Freddie Galvis whips his bat toward the dugout. This is another tough 1-run loss for the Phils as they lose it 4-3. They have tied the record for most 1-run losses in the first half of the season with tonight's setback. In the 9th inning, nothing across. The Phils retired in order. The Padres strike out the side. Austin Hedges, and that's an easy one. He is our Chevrolet player of the game. 3 RBIs tonight for the Padres to help them win it 4-3. Padres take game 1. We'll be back to wrap things up right after this.